Hello! Give me just a moment. Oopsie, hold on. Sorry, with off I have to do display capture stuff. But give me just a moment. I did not expect to have so many technical difficulties today. Simply because I had to update my headphones unexpectedly. I did not expect that to happen. Just give me just a moment. This should be right. Snowball, please work this time. Okay, there we go. Now, now we can play. If you can't tell, I've played this game before. Well, I mean, like, a good portion of people who know the game have played it before, because this game's been around for 15 years now. Caution, it is possible that certain scenes in this game may prove shocking to an unwarned public. Or maybe not. The soundtrack and sound effects of Off, created by Elias Conrad Coldwood, are an important part of the game. It would be a shame to play without them. My name? Oh, no, no, no. Let me go back. Forgot, there we go. Your name is Samuel, correct? Yes. Rather not say. Alright. Welcome, Samuel. You have been assigned to a being called the Batter. The Batter is on a mission. Be sure that it's accomplished. We will let you both out in Zone 0. Good luck. For more information, find the one called the Judge. Hehe. To move my body, use the arrow keys on your keyboard. To interact with the environment, use the space or the enter key. I've actually wanted to play this game on stream for quite a while. I just haven't yet because I forgot. There cannot be any living beings in Zone 0. Hence, I deduce that you are a pure figment of my imagination. Nevertheless, I will introduce myself. I am the Judge, and I am aching to know your name, dear illusory interlocutor. I am the Batter. I have been entrusted with a sacred mission. It is a pleasure, although it was not the body I was addressing, but the soul that it harbors. What is your name, controller? Their name is SAMIEL. They can't talk to us. However, they can see and hear everything. Even though you two are but an imaginary spectre in my eyes, let it be said that I am delighted to meet you as well, dear SAMIEL. Believe we need your help. Many people are in need of my services, you know. Everybody loves cats. We rub ourselves against their legs and purr in the most insistent manner. They adore that. Not talking about that kind of help. I see, but what sort of service could I offer to an ectoplasmic entity? I have a sacred mission to fulfill. I must purify the world. There is no objective more laudable than yours. I accept to serve you as a guide through this area, if it is any help to you. Thanks. Allow me to inform you that I find you quite tangible for a phantasmagorial being. Might you in fact be a person of flesh and blood? I think so. But I was mistaken from the beginning, and you did not even interrupt me in my fanciful phantasms. This is relatively bizarre, I must say. You are the first living being I was given to encounter in this place. I had, incidentally, concluded that Zone 0 was an empty land. It is all too obvious that I was led astray. However, there exist other zones, and in those territories, hostile individuals might attack you most violently. Your sacred mission will likely lead you into these lands. Would you like me to acquaint you with the art of violent confrontation? Combat tutorial. Why not? This is the battle screen. As you can observe, you will find yourself placed at the right-hand side of the screen. Your opponent, however, in this case yours truly, will be located on the left. The correct place for a single combat. At the beginning of combat, a choice will be presented to you. You have to decide between attack and auto. Naturally, attack allows you to engage the fight in the classical fashion. If auto is your choice, the computer will make the strategic decisions in your place, turning you into a simple spectator. But now, it is time to make an attempt. Choose attack and select the batter, then choose attack anew to slay me with your bat. Do not utilize the auto function. The computer will not restrain itself, and I fear I would die, taking my secrets with me to the grave. Excellent, dear sportive companion. Know that both the level of the batter and that of his opponent determine the impact of your results. It is also possible for you or your adversaries to slyly avoid the offensive moves you will exchange. Finally, on occasion, your concrete will may allow you to release a critical strike, causing teeth to fly in heaps. But let us proceed, if you are willing to. You may have noticed that when you first chose attack upon selecting the batter, a new window opened itself at the lower right-hand corner of the screen. There, you will have the choice between 4 new options. Attack lets you carry out a soul strike against a likewise soul adversary. Competence permits you to use one of your special talents, objects that let you access the inventory you are presently carrying. Finally, flee is the option of the coward. While I depart from this alternative, know that only the batter may select it in his personal menu. So let us attempt to utilize an item. Take this luck ticket and graciously use it on the batter's person. Impeccable. Your mastery of battle borders a brilliancy, my friend. But there's one thing we have not yet addressed. I am, of course, talking about competences. They are, generally speaking, special moves that trigger surprising effects. It may be that they are particularly powerful attacks, or such that they induce a resurgence of health points. Nevertheless, know this, any use of competences leads to a consumption of competence points. So I suggest that you use your skills with parsimony. Once your CP are consumed, it will be impossible to carry out heavy assaults. And if, by some mischance, you happen to cross swords with a tougher opponent before recovering some CP, your victory will be uncertain. But let us try right away. Choose competence and try using wide angle, which will allow you to analyze your enemy. The judge, a cryptid feline of odd appearance, HP 300 and CP 30, no weaknesses or resistances. You now I can't speak. You now know not only all about my attributes, but also about the art of combat. About the wide angle, know that its analysis will always be based on the start of the battle. Thus, it may accidentally analyze adversaries you have already knocked down for a long time. The confrontation ends, theoretically, when the health points of your team, or all of your opponents, fall to 0. Take good care of your health if you want a successful career in purification. From now on, you will be ready to dispose of all impure obstacles that dare appear in your luminous mission's way. Well, supposing your intelligence is on the same level with your undeniable capability of dealing back blows to an innocent cat. Be it as it may, your training has not reached its end yet. Let me ask you to follow me, if you still want me as your guide. I only wanted to do the tutorial just to do all the content. 4482870. Ah yes, to pass through it will be necessary to use your cerebral organ correctly. You know, the one bathing flabbily in your cranium. Think that these floating blocks correspond, in some way or another, to the symbols you can see on the wall. No problem, oh dear charming hero. I cannot do everything in your place. I'm not your janitor, after all. Nevertheless, may I perhaps dare suggest you try to activate some of these floating blocks more than once, if so required. So hurry, solve me this intriguing obstacle, and post haste, if you please. I wish to rejoin the ground floor as soon as possible. 6, 8, 2, 3. Ah, finally, after all that effort, the long-awaited reward makes its entrance to the scene. Crunch dum dum crunch. Let's see, let's hope this is in the order. 4, 4, 8? Okay. 2, 8, 7, 0. Da da da! Here we have an accessory that will prove especially useful to your purifying quest, dear enlightened student and sportive friend. It is a cube floating in the air, as you have probably noticed. Nevertheless, you will be able to differentiate it from its ilk by the contrast of its flashing colors, assaulting your gaze with bad taste and defying any sensible course of plastic arts. Do not judge it too quickly, however, for despite its criticizable appearance, this red cube is of undeniable use. Aside from restoring the entirety of your health and competence points, it is capable of saving your progress and sending you to the nothingness. Nothingness is a place of transition outside of space itself, where you can travel from one point to another at the speed of light. I now invite you to try for yourself, in order to discover locations more populous than this deserted land. Open your wings, my dear companion, and fly towards the following zones without hesitation. Your only enemy is the fear that will grab you. Okay. Do not worry yourself. I too travel much between the different zones of the world. Perhaps we will come to meet again. Ah, by the by, take this. This item of curious name will be the key that shall permit you to enter Zone 1. Have I clarified that you can, at any moment, consult your inventory and characteristics by pressing the escape key? The Leo card has been found. I believe it's the 0 key as well. Just so you don't have to move your entire hand across the keyboard. The points and competence points completely restored. Anybody that showed up, like very, very early in the stream may have noticed that I had a bit of an oopsie happen. Oh, and whenever I click off the game, the screen goes black, so don't freak out when that happens. I'm just checking my OBS. Yeah, I just had to update my headphones and it kind of took over everything else, and I had to reset everything. So I technically started stream, and then Astro was like, you need to update your headphones. And I did not like that. It was not fun. So you may see another very, very short stream on my Twitch channel. Just ignore that, please. It's an oopsie. Tramway number 1 is a very important, useful means of transport to get to the different areas of Zone 1. Did you know that there is an Elson somewhere out of bounds in that area? I don't remember what that Elson says, but it's just funny knowing about that. Tramway number 2 hasn't been coming for a long time. A visitor? Welcome to the smoke mines. May I know who you are? Are you an inspector? No, I'm the batter. I've come to exterminate the impure spirits. The batter? The impure spirits? Are you some sort of prophet? Or perhaps a man of belief? Yeah, something like that. Who sent you? Nobody. I'm being led by SAMIEL. I don't know them. I must be a member of the superior personnel. In any case, it's good. That means your requests have been approved. Come, I'm going to explain your task. You're here in the smoke mines of Damien, in the south of Zone number 1. Here, we send laborers into deep tunnels to unearth metal from the ground, freeing trapped smoke from the depths. Using various tools, we put some of it into bottles, which the Queen sends to the other zones. The rest of it flows free and forms the air that our lungs inhale and exhale, so we can live. It's an essential element, the first among the 4 elements. I believe that line right there is either a translation error for the later parts, or it's simply because the other Elson don't know that you already know the other elements. Because without smoke, people would have nothing to breathe. There we are. And so, well, how do I put this? Where are the impures? Yes, there we go. There are many specters in the mines, and they are getting more and more aggressive. But, in fact, it would be good if you wouldn't go there because the regulations forbid access to the smoke mines for visitors. So, here's what we're going to do. There's an annex tunnel that nobody ever goes to, but a miner went in there some time ago. He saw something strange, he said. Nothing like the usual. So I thought, maybe that's the leader of the specters. So there we are. If you accept, you go into the annex mine and kill the leader of the specters. Then the specters will disappear, and we can work properly again. There we go. Do you have any questions? No. Great. Impeccable. The tunnel is right down there. Me, I will wait for you here. Well, who do we have here? Is that not SAMIEL and their charming jumping jack the batter? Might you be the specter's leader? No. Certainly not. I'm only passing through, not unlike the smoke which is being extracted from this pale and metallic place. However, I believe I know where the one you take for as an ectoplasm can be found. To tell the truth, I am perplexed. I think it is one of those particular things called the spherical add-on. I very well tried to appropriate it, but the operation has systemically failed. But I am thinking, maybe you, one who is not of physical matter, will perhaps succeed in binding this spiritual entity to yours. Adon Alpha has joined you. What? an exceptionally intriguing phenomenon. I must admit that I remain perplexed by this unexpected metaphysical reaction. Fair enough. Since it has decided to accompany you, I know only to advise you to make the best possible use of it. Got it. Leader of the Spectres isn't here? Apologies, but I fear I have to respond in the negative. This add-on aside, I have not crossed paths with a single moving soul in this place. There's nothing here. This is the sort of spot that I am particularly fond of. What you seek is certainly located elsewhere. Ah, you've returned! So, have you killed the leader of the Spectres? No, it wasn't there. Oh, really? Bugger. Crap. Well then, I believe that I'll have to let you enter into the main gorges then. But, the regulations are against it. Alright, I suppose this is a very special case, as stated in paragraph 5. So, good. Well, the main mines are on the right. There. An interesting little fun fact that most people don't know about this game is the fact that the wiki says that the Elsen aren't canonically referred to as the Elsen, but they technically are, as they are listed in the credits as Elsen. Soon, I might be promoted. I'll be able to do surveillance in Alma. I'm anxious for that to happen. Unfortunately, with a small game like this, where is it? There it is. Joker has been found. With a small game like this, the wiki's bound to have errors like that. What are you doing here? You're part of the mine inspection personnel. There are phantoms down there. They keep us from working properly, but this is my break time anyway. You come to eliminate the Spectres? That's good news. Labs don't always work in the endmost corridors. Since everything looks the same around here, it's easy to get lost. There are phantoms in all the tunnels. Be careful, sir. And besides, who's let you enter here? Normally, the regulations prohibit external visitors. Ooh, here we go. Show yourselves, corrupted children. I am the voice of forgiveness that will eliminate your ill-fated forms. Prepare yourselves to receive my judgment. I love the music in this game so much. Common Spectre, Mysterious Ectoplasmic Incarnation, 10 HP, Light Resistance against Smoke. It's been a while since I last played, so it may take me a while to get back into the rhythm of fighting. But it shouldn't be too bad. Adversaries purified. A 400 experience, 80 credits. Luck ticket, luck ticket. So many luck tickets. Nice. This add-on is fighting by my side. That's useful. Let's purify the other galleries. The yellow blocks don't allow you to return to the nothingness. This area probably has my favorite music. Oh, jeez. January. Ghoul with a dusty breath. Like weakness against metal. I'm working. I'm being productive. I believe there's an area up above with stuff that I missed. That freaking fight trigger sound always gets me. I always end up jumping from it. Magnolia floating severed head. Weakness against meat. I think one of my favorite details of this game, story-wise, is the fact that, like, it's not really meant to make sense. It's mostly just, like, stuff happening. Like, it's mostly just random, spontaneous ideas that come together. Like, it's very much up to interpretation is what I mean. Like, this is an incredibly artistic game. And it's so funny that in the 10th anniversary live stream, Mortis Ghost just spontaneously made up a bunch of really funny lore. It was really, really funny. We're safe here, but we'll have to attempt to leave once we're out of meat. Regulations prohibit outside visitors in the main galleries. Get out! Why have you opened the door? The specters are going to attack us. Leave. Leave us right now. Haha, I stole your meat. Bye! I'm sleepy. I'm not sleepy, but I just woke up, so... What? Did you come from the smoke mines? Yes. But it's full of specters in there. Yes. Are you a specter? No. And who are you? Have you been sent by the Queen? Or by Daedon? No. But you still know how to fight the specters? You could destroy them? Yes. Oh, that would be great. There are specters in the large cow sheds. Cow sheds? Yes. You are here at the metal farmsteads of Pentel, in the east of Zone 1. Our work consists of cutting livestock into and extracting the metallic rocks contained within the cadavers. All the metal of poor quality is discarded, forming the ground we walk on. The rest is purified and processed to create objects. Part of it is also put into crates and sent to the other zones, so they have objects of soil as well, I suppose. It's an essential element, the first among the 4 elements. Because without metal, people would have nothing to walk on, and they would sink and drown. And so there are specters in the large cowsheds. I must purify the mines first. Yes, but the cowsheds aren't that big, and it'd be good if you took care of them fast, because the Queen's Inspector is going to arrive at any moment. So please, Would you do the cow shits first? Alright. Haha! Great! Thank you so much! The cow shits are over there, to the right. They aren't big at all, you'll see. It's going to be done super quickly. Prefer working here over the smoke mines. At least you benefit from the outside air. One shouldn't get attached to animals. Once you are, it gets difficult to put your hands inside. These balls are heaps of processed metal, which are going to be sent to the other zones. They're, metallic. I'm going to destroy the specters. Hurry up, we're expecting the Queen's Inspector at any moment. It's important to pay close attention to the nutrition of the animals if you want high-quality metal. There are 5 specters left. Fat Spectre. Baneful ectoplasmic incarnation. Late resistance against smoke. It's interesting that the bubbles don't have an entry. I haven't even looked at the competence. Might need to turn the volume down in the game a little bit more. I don't know if I can be heard during battle, but I suppose I don't really have much to say in those situations. Give me just a moment. Right, that should be a little better. I only turned it down a smidge. Like, I'm trying to be heard, but like sometimes I don't know if that's possible. but it's whatever. Okay, yeah, that looks a little better. Because I can't hear what you're hearing, but I can see the volume levels. No, I don't want to do that. I'll just deal with the blindness. By the way, this zone is my personal favorite, not to mention the fact that it is the longest zone in the game, which is pretty interesting. Oh, nice. Finally healing. Done. Good to go. There's one specter left. These are my favorites. Alright, there we go. Oh, here comes my favorite character. I really like Danon. I know he's like an asshole, but like he's just I like him. That's just how it is. That would never change. I like a very unlikable character. I I I I'm really quiet, pitiful bastard. No, yes. Has it been long since he went inside? I don't know. No, of course. You know nothing. I should have known. He he will eliminate the specters. And how does he think himself capable of destroying those stupid phantoms? He thinks himself better than you, better than the queen. No, no, I don't think that. Shut it. I didn't ask for your opinion. You all think you're more intelligent than the others, but you're all the same. In any case, this is hardly important. The phantoms were the race that conceited individual. You, you think he won't? Of course not. Nobody here is capable of fighting the phantoms, apart from the Queen's officers. If only you listened to me more often, you wouldn't keep making fools of yourselves. But, but then who's going to destroy the phantoms? I could have done it, but you don't deserve it. Too bad for you. You'll just have to take care of your problems yourselves. I, no, please. I'm leaving now. I'm returning to Alma. At least the people there are polite. They don't constantly cut you off. But please, don't. Goodbye. Get out of my sight. Don't. No, I beg of you, get the fuck out of my way right now this instant if you want to keep your position. Who is that person? You're alive? Yes. And the specters? The cowshed has been purified. That you must be very lucky. Who was that person? That was Daedon. He's the Queen's inspector. You mean Spectre? No, the Queen wouldn't employ a Spectre. He can't be one. But he's evil. I must destroy him. No, don't do that. He's an envoy of the Queen. I, I, uh... You'd better go complete your work in the smoke mines. Please. In any case, he's in Alma. No one can go there without proper authorization. So, please, return to the smoke mines. Alright. It's half a cow. Extracting scraps of metal from cows isn't what I prefer. But if I do my job well, maybe I'll be transferred to Alma. Once you've extracted everything from the carcass, you slice it up into pieces and eat the meat. They say that the names of the metro stations coincide with the names of important people of the past. I have trouble imagining that things weren't always the way they are now. I don't know if it's confirmed, but if it's just a theory, then I'm just gonna call it a theory. But I believe there's a theory about each of the zones representing different extremes. Different, extreme political beliefs. And as well as, the corruption that coincides with it. represented by the guardians. And there's actually another theory that I will talk about much later in our playthrough. That also relates to that. That's where I was already at. In general, this game is chock full of different theories, with just different things that simply suggest other things. Switch is now on off. Wait, hold on. There's some goodies that I'm missing out on. It's a little annoying that you can't tell your attack misses until you see the number. 2 luck tickets. Goody, goody, goody. Oh! I'm just set it to auto for right now. Oops. I also love that everybody who knows this game agrees, like, unanimously that Pepper Steak is, like, one of the best songs in the soundtrack. Like, it's not very often that you get fans of something to get to unanimously agree on something. But it's very lovely when it does happen. The characters are starting to pile up, aren't they? Pardon? What I'm saying is that the average player doesn't need all these complicated and tedious dialogues. There should be more action and fewer questions. Who are you? I'm Zachary, the traditional items merchant that's necessary to every video game. I'll often find myself in places you're going to visit before you. But enough talk. I'm not one of those protagonists you have to listen to for hours. So why not let me see the color of your credits? Ooh, I don't have any armor. Wait, hold on. There we go. Now we won't lose as much health. Hmm? did you come from? I come from the smoke mines. But how? What? But that's impossible. Not a single lamp works in there. You can't. Faith guides my steps. Faith? My mission is to purify the mines, but it seemed that the phantoms are particularly numerous. The specters. Where am I here? It's time for another one of these. You're here at the plastic administrations of Shachihara in the north of Zone 1. Our work consists of filling in forms. Afterwards, we package them and wrap them up with string to send them to the courier service. There, they ship the packages. In exchange, we receive parcels full of plastic. There's a lot of liquid plastic that forms our lakes and oceans, and then there's solid plastic, used to make various objects. It's an essential element, the first among the 4 elements. Because without plastic, the world would be limitless, and people would keep walking and walking without ever stopping. But you hunt the specters? Really? Yes, I'm purifying this zone. The specters, I know where they come from. They all come from the postal service. The postal service? That's where we take care of sending the package forms. Problem is that, nobody can remember the floor where it's found. Give me just a moment. I keep noticing that my general frame rate output is very slowly increasing, and my frame output is decreasing, is what I mean. The number I see for the dropped frames is increasing, but give it just a moment. I know I just lowered the quality, so it might be a little crunchy for just a moment, but I want to see if that helps a little. Because sometimes I'm able to drop it and then bring it back up. Alright. Let me just wait a moment. I'll just play a little bit and then I can see if, go to the roof. Roof. By Jove, you again? You're decidedly everywhere. One could even believe you were following me. Yet your footsteps have not deceived you, for you are here in a place that could certainly use sacred blows from your holy bat. Perhaps you are already aware of this, but it happens to be that the floor housing this administration's postal service is haunted by ectoplasms. It would be most judicious to find the story where all of these intangible monsters arise from post-haste in order to slay them. But could it be that this task is too arduous for your narrow mind? In which case, I might perhaps be able to provide you with advice. No thanks. I already know what to do. I salute your tenacity, but I will bear your insufferable arrogance in mind. But before I do that, I want to look out here for a moment. Well, I mean, I'll be heading this way anyway, but... Anyway. The Queen's General has an office here, but his real house is in Alma. (10258). I believe 10258 is the correct one. Yep. No one? By the way, there's a secret floor, but I don't remember what the number is. I know it's in the files of the game, though. But I don't really know if I want to do that right now. Actually, hold on. Of course, it's so hard to look for any information on this game without just being simple whatevers. Just general playthroughs. Oh, there's more secret floors. Interesting. Zero, 2, 5, 8, 4. Is that it? Yep, last property office. Everyone's meat. This container is impure. Oh, what a surprise. Yeah. One-eyed specter. Cunning ectoplasmic incarnation. Like weakness against metal. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Luck ticket. But there's one in particular I was thinking of. It wasn't this one. But I know that you find it in the code, and I had gone, or not in the code, but the files, like I mentioned. But I don't think it would be worth our time to really look for that. So that means there's 2 secret floors. Yeah, there it should be. Okay, there it is. Secret Service. Looks like you found this building's dark secret. See? I'm always ahead of you. Don't you find that strange? Well, look. Take this thing I have in my mouth and go do something more interesting. Taurus Orb. I believe that's a permanent upgrade. Increases a character's max HP by 50. Alright, I'll use it right now. Now we can continue with the game. Because I remember I had found that and I was like, what is that? I'm the batter. Where are the phantoms? I'm very afraid. Help me. Burnt. Employee of Zone 1 in poor health. Maybe it's his suit that has taken control of his brain. Strange. 1 out of 2. Something strange is written on this form. First version, they lie 6 feet under, surrounded by hot metal and liquid plastic. 6. Ooh. Something strange is written on this form. Second version. They are 8, and they have long beards. They watch what is happening from their high silver spheres. 6, 8. An aura of justice has been found. Honestly, I know a little too much about this game and the general theories that people come up with. And some of them are really substantial. Third version, a soul big insect whose mandibles spit meat. So 6, 8, 1. Fourth version, they are 4, each one attributed to an element. They protect their respective crystals. 6, 8, 1, 4. There's one over there that I missed. I wonder how many other people's introductions to this game was through Markiplier. I'm pretty sure a good portion. Because most of the time, it's either people got introduced to this game through Homestuck or through Markiplier in his playthrough in 2014. I was introduced through Markiplier because of just how interesting and bizarre this game was compared to everything else at the time. Something strange is written on this form. 5th version, 5. Like the fingers on a hand, the lungs produce primordial smoke. 6, 8, 1, 4, 5. Wrong way. Last version. There are but 2 in the secret zone. Ooh. I know what that's referring to. So it would be 6, 8, 1, 4, 5, 2. Access to the secret elevator is, forbidden. Did I say secret? I must pass. Really? No, I think that's, impossible. Unless you have the code. State 1, 4, 5, 2. The code. It is exactly correct. How? You must not pass. I don't want to die. I'm going to Alma. It will be nice. Ta-da! There we go. The director's office. Pitiful bastards! Disappear this instant. This is my zone. You are not to be here. Out of my sight, you fucking phantoms. You! It's you, the source of all my troubles. The ectoplasmic lord who has sent his fucking sights on my beloved zone. What do you want? Why have you decided to be such a pain in my ass? I've dedicated my whole life to this place. You have no right to corrupt it with your pathetic phantoms. Begone! You're mistaken. I'm not a phantom. I'm a purifier. I've come to cleanse the world of these ectoplasmic beings. How dare you respond? And how dare you think I would just swallow these insults? Listen well. This is simple. Get out of here and take your goddamn specters with you, or I am going to kill you. I hope for your sake that I have made myself clear. If I see you again, you're dead. The tramway will now stop in Alma. There we go. I wonder if there's any other secret floors. Although that would take forever to check. Yeah, that's still the same. Alma! Now here comes my least favorite puzzle. The one I never remember. This annoying thing. I'm not allowed to let anyone pass. Unless they answer some questions. Later. I freaking hate these questions so much. I always just look it up because it's stupid and takes forever, and I don't feel like taking forever, so. I'm not sure how to look at this up. I think image puzzle? The image puzzle answers from Alma. Okay. I got my answers. I am not allowed to let anyone pass unless they answer some questions. Let's answer some questions. Two of them come from Jerusalem, and the third from I believe it's the Horta. Holy Trinity is made of, I believe that one is roses. Yeah, it's roses. Our Lady wears jersey number 6. That apparently this is a little bit harder on version 3.0, the translated version, because it seems that on previous versions that the actual original French is in parentheses, but in this one it isn't. How many 3s are there in June? Don't you just hate it whenever someone makes a playthrough and they're like, just count the 3s instead of just giving the freaking answers. I might get this one wrong, but I think it might be either 19 or 22. I think it's 22. Cyril, Kevin, and Jonas. Oh, I got it right! All of your answers are correct. But, there's one more question. That's right. That's 87. That's correct. Correct. Can I get... Yeah. Get out of here. My nails are all dirty. And now we arrive in Alma. I'm here to see Daedon. Daedon? Yes, of course. There we go again. You're here at the meat fountains of Alma, in the center of Zone 1. Here, meat flows freely, endlessly filling these immense metal pools in which we find ourselves. Our work consists of pouring this meat into bottles before the fountains overflow. The meat is then sent to everyone, to those living in Zone 1 and the others. It's an essential element, the first among the 4 elements. Because without meat, people would have nothing to eat, and they would devour each other. Master Daedon has an office in the center of the fountains, but nobody has ever found it. Generally speaking, Master Daedon seems to only appear when necessary. Well, there. Oh, you can barely even hear the audio right now. Let's see. That's a little better. It's so hard to find a good happy medium. Who are you again? I've come to liberate the world of malignants. Oh really? Well then, can you liberate me? Maybe things will be better now. Bonjour, SAMIEL. In good form? Perhaps you have some credits to spare? Maybe. Perhaps. Ooh. Nice. Oh wait. I keep forgetting you can just do that. Let me work. Ah. Yet I have never been ill. Pedalo! And a bit of a warning, gross meat sounds incoming. 4, 9, 8. Yeah, 4, 9, 8, 2. I don't want to be burnt. I like to imagine that they're kind of like marshmallows. And when they refer to being burnt, and this happens, that it's something like that. Because their heads are so square. Well, damn. What is it? 4982? Don't want to be a phantom. What's happening to me? I'll get to that eventually, but I can't do it right now. I'm not productive enough anymore. If I'm not working, then who will? But hello! It was 498256. And the other two, I don't remember where they're at. But the last one is always 0. 49825690. Okay. Hopefully I can remember all of those. I'm pretty good at remembering numbers. Yeah. 49825 or 6590. Just something like that. 498. Oh, that's not 8. 498. 2 6 5 9 0. I got it. First try. I have no idea why I have that skill. I guess I suppose that's why I used to be so good at math whenever I was in school. But that's pretty much it. Got it. Oh, that's right. Let's save first. We had nothing new to say. And I know how this works, but I want to talk to the judge. I wish you a good day, dear omnipresent companion. Soon you will have been able to admire all the scarlet and ultramarine landscapes of this zone. You seem distraught by the unique architecture of this place. If such is truly the case, you should learn how to concentrate, so as to be mistaken no more in your choice of opportunities proposed to you at every corner of this maze. Next time, linger and ponder a little longer before traversing one of these trapdoors, you young drunkard. Yeah, I already know. Also, this is my favorite song in the game. Flesh Maze Tango just hits different. I don't know, it's just really good. There we go. Did you know, if you don't have a Joker in your inventory, the next the next scene will not occur. It just won't, simply because of the version of RPG Maker this game is made on. It's very much trigger based, and that is super I don't know what I was gonna say. It's just a super simple type of coding, I suppose. Are you certain that you want to pass through the gate? I don't remember what Daedon's song is called, because that's also one of my favorites. So let me just check real quick, because I'm such a dork. Where is it? Fake Orchestra. I knew it was something like that. Yeah, Fake Orchestra is also one of my favorites. You! By the Queen's 1,000 faces! Are you crazy or just completely idiotic? What part of I'm going to kill you wasn't clear to you? I'm here to eliminate you. You're insane. I'm the guardian of Zone 1. It is nothing without me. What mental illness enables this blind faith, hiding the obvious from your eyes? I'm the one who's going to purify the world, and you're the pest that eats away at this land. Prepare yourself. You will taste the pain, you sick spirit. I'm going to cut your face to remove this insufferable smile. Daedon, Royal Guardian of Zone 1, first boss. But I suppose while I absolutely whoop his behind, I could talk about just why I like him. I don't know. He's just weird looking. He just stands out to me. Also, the Zodiac card you get from him is my Zodiac, so that probably plays a factor as well. I don't know. I don't have any sort of like super like important reason why I like a character. I just do. I'm just like, oh, neat. Wait, no. There we go. The boss music in general in this game is just so good. This one's just my favorite. It's just, I guess Zone 1 in general just leaves a really, like, a really good impression. Oh, my frames are dropping more. Oh. What's interesting is just how long this fight takes. Like, as we get to the other zones, you might notice that, the other bosses don't take nearly as long to fight. It could be attributed to just, like, fighting so much that you get over-leveled. Or it could just be, it could even be plot relevant, who knows? There's a lot in this game left up to interpretation. No. Woo! There we go. My boy is gone. Cancer card received. Better achieve level 6. Furious home run has been acquired. Is this a joke? I lost? Lost? You are defeated, Daedon, guardian of the first zone. This land is now pure. Would you like to save? Yes, I would like to save. That didn't start well. Here we go. Zone 2. Pink! I would love to see someone play through this game blind again in the year of 2023. That would be amazing. I could probably get one of my friends to possibly do that. Because, like, they're not into this game like I am. Bismarck. And Zone 2 is super tiny. Technically, Zone 3 is pretty big too, but just in general, Zone 1 has the most content. Yes, we should no longer lend any books to that man. He tears out the pages. It's almost dangerous. Yes, I'm going back upstairs. Hello, welcome to the library. I should point out that the upstairs floor is inaccessible because of the specters. There are phantoms inside this building. Yes. Why? I'm going to eliminate those impures. Destroy the specters? But, you know, you could get hurt. And, there's nothing up there. Only walls, shelves, stairs, and an old cat. A cat? I'm going up to purify the floor. Okay. Don't make too much noise, then. And the third floor is not really accessible. People have torn out pages out of the books there. So I don't want people up there anymore. Could be dangerous. I'm doing nothing wrong. I like looking at the wall. Don't turn the pages. It makes too much noise. Oh, okay. Bismarck. Afterwards, she instated 3 guardians, responsible for watching over the zones. Firebird was designated Lord of the Second Zone, the Eternal City of Bismarck. He was the tallest, the most beautiful, and the most just. Unfortunately, nothing else can be read. Yep, children down. And I absolutely cannot read that. I'm sure somebody was probably able to decipher that, but that would take too much time. This book is unreadable. This book is titled Tales and Legends. Read. The Toad King. A long time ago, there lived an evil king with countenance so repulsive he was called the Toad King. One beautiful day, a masked man presented himself at the sovereign court and spoke these words. Good day, O evil monarch. Leave and return peace to thy people, or taste mine blade and perish at its end. The king responded, I am the king, and thou art my subjects. Thou art not to oppose mine will. Thus the masked man brandished his épée and killed the king. The end. That story is heavily associated with Zachary, and I think that's pretty cool. Explanations. Introduction, creation of the modern world, Guardians, Queen and her son, the Four Zones, Zone Zero, Toad King and the Merchant, Appendix, Glossary, and Author's Notes. Written by E.S. And that is in French. I cannot read that. I prefer the fake books. You can't damage them. Oh, uh-oh. My frame rate! No! I guess for now, I'll just keep my video bitrate at 4,000. If it's a little crunchy, I apologize. But I can't really do much about it right now. The book is titled The Cardinal Points. Read? Yes. Ah. It is not necessary to know the cardinal points in the pink fortress, as there are big arrows showing the directions painted on the walls of the library. See the next page for the 4 symbols and their respective cardinal points. I mean, I already knew what they were for. I just wanted to read that out loud. No matter what way I hold the book, it stays upside down. There's no title on the cover. Read. I've run out of every pen, perhaps? Did I check these? Yeah, I checked these. I love the vague lore of this world. It's so cool. There's a book with a page missing. Ace of Clubs. Page, book. Not clubs, spades. Oops, I mixed it up. This is spade. Not spade, clubs. I always mix those two up. Book. That's diamonds. Razor. Joker has been found. I have a lot of jokers and I haven't had to use any of them. Clubs. There we go. Insert page. Read page. That's the spade. I'm good with numbers, bad with symbols. Get out of here! You scared me. Dun-dun-dun. This one was diamonds, so the other one is hearts, but I haven't found the other 2 pages just yet. There they are. Which page is this? Diamonds. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. Let's go. I guess interacting with objects might reset the variable for interacting with an enemy or encountering an enemy. Ooh. frame rate still dropping? I'm looking at the stream on my phone, and I'm only a few seconds behind, so that's good. That's hearts, so there's a page missing. Choleric symbol. I don't remember what that is. Choleric symbol. I can't mess with it. Offensive equipment for add-ons. Da-da-da. Easy. I believe the last page isn't on this floor at all. This is a large building. It's a big library. You! I have no fear. I know how to not have fear anymore. I am not afraid. Do you want to know how? If you're not scared to know, ask me. This page has taught me I'm not afraid anymore now. Do you want to be free from fear? Give me 100 credits and I'll give you the page. I believe this is the only time that money is actually required to progress the game. Here, I'll give you the page. Thank you! Now we can return. Is this? No, it's the one up there. This is the hearts one. Da-da-da! I put the books back in order. Really? That's good. I'll let you go further up then. That's great. The 3rd floor is now accessible, but only for you. There's our boy. But it's the wrong boy. Who are you? What is that? You're not the judge. The judge? No, that is not my name. My name is Japhet. I am the creator of this city. I'm also the one who leads the phantoms, the royal instruments of my vengeance. You are the leader of the specters. Precisely, they are my arms, sent to me by the Queen to restore justice to this zone. You must have been quite ardent to have set foot on the stairs of this library. I recognize in you a certain courage, an exceptional trait in this fear-riddled place. However, my vengeance will not leave anyone unpunished. Therefore, you shall be the first to succumb to the blasts of my ectoplasmic army. There is no need for specters yet to eliminate you, you ridiculous sport pantaloon-clad puppet. I will finally get a taste of payback. Oh, that's right, I can't do that. Japhet, Royal Guardian of Zone 2. Second boss? I appreciate the question mark. Oh, shit! I must admit that I may have underestimated you. I apologize, I completely missed that one. Unfortunately for you, I would repudiate all of my gentlemanly manners in order to be the new nemesis. Spectres, come to me! Let us dance together and resound the song of the righteous. May the torment of men heal the wounds that have been dealt me, and may your intangible bodies devour their souls for all eternity. Phantoms? Phantoms, come to me, I command you. Curses, by what spell, baleful human, do you succeed in impeding my ectoplasmic acolytes from joining me? No matter, you shall taste my wrath. Ouch. Ooh. Ooh. Oops. Wrong guy. Uh-oh. I appreciate that this game is so easy. I mean, it's not like too easy, but it's easy enough that like there's a good chance you won't die even on your first playthrough of the game. Pitiful fool. It is not yet time for me to reveal my true nature. But know that you will soon get what you deserve, you insufferable buffoon. Our next add-on. Hello! Add-on Omega has joined you. New friend! Alright, there we go. Are you alright? You didn't get hurt up there. I saw a cat. It's waiting in front of the southern entrance. That's a real boy. Salutations, dear immaculate comrade. Is your journey unfolding under optimal conditions? These premises are less humid than the preceding ones. I must admit that I am very pleased about that. The feline race is not very fond of rain. I have heard from an old friend that the shopping mall in the north of the city has fallen prey to ectoplasmic assaults. Perhaps it would be wise for you to make your way there and illuminate the place with your purifying light. I shall do that. Because that is what I am good at. The mall is full of specters. It's terribly frightening. Buenos dias, dear SAMIEL. What better place to shop than a shopping mall? I think I'll just buy one of each of those for now. Let's see. Yeah, I can buy 2 more of those. Alright, there we go. Optimized equipment. Ta-da! There we go. This is an ad for raw meat. Ad for metal tables. Ad for plastic treasure chests. Bottles of smoke. Special sale. Buy 2 pounds of organ meat, get 1 pound free. It's an ad for baseball bats. Ad for metal floors. Welcome to the Gomez Galleries. May nothing stop your frenetic thirst for consumerism. Please excuse the state of decay and disorder of our galleries. This is an ad for meat. Handled carefully by the employees of Zone 1. Our meat is preservatives-free, guaranteed. This is an ad for protective metal railings. Your neckties are made from a synthetic fabric based on plastic with a registered designation of origin. Ooh. That always gets me. Have I done these? Yes. You go this way. Oop. Why? I just fought. Your neckties. Oh, I already read that one. You go here. Fortune ticket. Okay then. Why? No, go away! Let me walk for more than 2 steps, please. Here's where I haven't gone. Our plastic chairs are designed without any potentially dangerous edges. 2 lucky tickets. 2 lucky tickets. I cannot speak. Special sale on bottles of smoke. Get 7 for the price of 6. This is an ad for meat home deliveries. Don't know if I want to go in there just yet. Build your walls out of metal. In the event of an attack, their sturdiness is certain. Special discount on wave machines. I just want to go back to see if I missed any items. Besides, it's kind of fun reading all of these ads. The freshest air comes from our bottles of smoke. Okay, now we can move on. The Gomez Galleries offer you a large variety of boxes full of plastic and metal. Is your life morose? Then take a trip to the amusement park. Gomez luck tickets are manufactured and tested by specialists. Feeling depressed? Try Modestia. Because life is too short, buy some jokers. There's the door right there. Join a contest to win batches of free barrels of plastic. Oh, there's a guy here. Forgot about you. I'm lost. I could make a fire with the boxes to ward off the ghosts, but that's too dangerous. I close the secretaries. Special offer for SAMIEL. Gee, thanks. Piece of Belial's meat. Ooh. Oh, there's our boy. Delicious, nutritious meat is ground in the traditional pedalo stroke style. And that leads to here. There may be some items I missed, but honestly, it's a bit annoying having to run around there for too long. Is this advertisement not of such effectiveness, defying the basic laws of mainstream marketing? Versukia for the pate from the fountains of Alma. Would you look at that? You know how to read. In any case, I'm glad to have found you. Perhaps you can help me shed some light on the mystery which fate has placed before me. Turns out that my brother has been living in the stone for numerous years, having a particular affinity for cooler colors of the spectrum. Unfortunately, I have not succeeded in crossing his path. I have well tried to betake myself to the roof of the central library, where he resides, but found the door closed, remaining as such even after long hours of intensive, repeated meowing and compulsive scratching. Therefore, my request is as follows. If at the bend of a corridor you happen to pass Valerie, give him my greetings. Okay. Pedalo! Now what's this say? Buy 50 liters of blue paint, get the 51st liter free. Very, very funny criticism of general, discount marketing. There we go. Now, the amusement park should be this way. Oops. There has to be a good reason. We can't get to the park. Maybe it's better that way. But before we go to the park, I want to do this real quick. A Minwu tunic has been found. Fortune ticket. From here, you will wait no more than 74 minutes. From here, you will wait no more than 39 minutes. What a terribly frightening place. Fortunately, there are no phantoms around here. Cruise of happiness. Wander down a long, quiet river in security and serenity. Roller coaster. Complete safety for the whole family. Choosing between 3 attractions is too difficult a dilemma for me. Due to their dangerous nature, we strongly advise against approaching the pools of plastic. Balloon game. Attention, due to loud noises, this attraction is not recommended for the faint of heart. Putting water inside of a room is a really completely crazy concept. One can really see that we're in a theme park. Perhaps the room that lies beyond this door will cease to exist at the moment I cross the doorstep. and I would fall endlessly into an abyss which in itself does not even really exist. What a terribly frightening thought. When in doubt, stay here. It's that chair there that I want. I'm just waiting for him to be finished. I feel like I'm going to vomit. That wouldn't be very wise. I'd rather look out there. This attraction looks too daredevilish for me. It's less scary like this. I'm scared to get off while it's running. This is the way to the old roller coaster. It was made off limits before it was completed. These motors are placed underwater to guide the Patalo. As someone who deals with some mild paranoia of my own, really is interesting seeing how it affects these characters. It's just interesting seeing it from an outside perspective. I don't know if I'm gonna try to get all of the balloons in this area. I might try, but no guarantee, because I might get frustrated and just stop. Especially since the motors are so hard to see. Well, that sucks. I need to go here anyway. It's just a bit hard to tell because some of the squares have spots, but they don't actually activate, never preventing access to the roller coaster. Leave it activated, please. Absolutely not. I need that. It is my duty to disobey signs. An inspiration. I believe that item in the center is really good though, so I think I will try to get it anyway, even though I said I probably wouldn't. Yeah, I don't think I'll get that one, but I will try to get the one in the center because I've gotten that one before. No! Whatever, it's fine. We can go back later if we really want to. Well, it's not like life or death or anything like that. Yes, I will ride the roller coaster. I prefer to take the seat in the front. Me too. Actually, no, most of the time I don't. Here's your photo. Photo view has been found. And I'm getting both photos because they're both really cute. There's a statue of Zachary. Yes. It's really cute that he actually raises his arms. Here's your photo. Wow, you're lucky. You wrote it with the owner. So cute. This is the boss's office. I cannot let you enter. Unless you know him personally? But without proof, I can't. I might get in trouble. Is that a photo of the boss? And you're right next to him? On a roller coaster? But that's terribly dangerous. Well, at any rate, you're a friend of the boss, so you may enter. Taurus orb. Libra orb. Scorpio orb. Scorpio orb. Virgo orb. Virg orb. Capricorn orb. And a Gemini orb. Welcome. Play the balloon game. If you win, you get the grand prize. But if you lose, you might be sad, so be careful. Yes. Okay, here are the rules. It's easy. When it's your turn, you can choose to pop 1, 2, or 3 balloons. When it's my turn, I'll do the same. The one who pops the last balloon loses the game. You understand? Yes. Shit. I wasn't thinking that through. 2. I'm gonna lose again. Every time it gets to that point, I know I'm gonna lose. God damn it. I'm having really bad luck with this. No, I'm still gonna lose. Ooh. No, I can pop 1 here. My win is guaranteed. I've lost. No, that's impossible. After all, I've been cheating from the start. You cheated! You want to hurt me! Balzong burnt, resident of Bismarck with inappropriate manners. No weakness or resistance. I haven't seen Omega's competence yet. Inverse optimized player. we go. Ta-da! Necktie. The grand prize was a necktie? Abaddon's meat. Now everybody's panicking. Ah! Ah! Spectres in the park! What a panic! Let me talk to you. I'm too scared, by golly. I'm much too scared. Ah! I can't get over this wall. The specters are going to eat me. I knew we should have closed this place. It's far too dangerous. Far too much. But now I'm done. And now I can head to the residency. You live in Bismarck? It's strange that you're not wearing a tie. Yeah, hold on. Yes, here I can put on my tie. Good idea. These barriers prevent people from falling into the plastic. They're even made of rubber, so you don't hurt yourself. It's good. Residential areas for residents only. Imagine the panic if intruders ever sneaked into our homes. There's still time to repent of your omissions, miserable ingrates. Beg for my forgiveness at once, or you will return to limbo in an instant. Who is that talking? Pitiful cretins! I am here right before you, ready to send you to hell. I didn't mean to have that dramatic pause, but whatever, that works, I guess. Well, are you prepared to offer apologies to your father and protector, you bunch of sops? It's nothing but an old cat, over there. That could be dangerous. A cat. It has sharp claws. Yes, and then it can spread diseases. Have you heard that story before? About the guy who got scratched by a cat? Ah! I loathe you. I hate all of you. But where's that voice coming from? Someone who seems to be in a bad mood. Yes, he should just enjoy this place. So quiet and calm. Here, we are safe. But it was me! It was me who made all of this for you. Are you also blinded by your pathetic fear of life? This is quite strange, isn't it? That is enough! I am going to teach you to respect me. Here we go. Let's purge these impure beasts. And fast. What was this one? I think it was like 1408. Nope. This is also one of my favorite songs in the game. There's just a lot of good music. Let's see, let's try 1803. Nope. I remember the two different codes that you can find. Important announcement. In the event of an attack, the bunker appointed to you is the northern one, as the person in charge for the code. Since the closure, the roller coaster of the park is much less dangerous. I appreciate that the timer pauses whenever you're in battle. Because otherwise this would be a lot more stressful. Please tell me you pity me. I've been getting back into watching speedruns as of late, and my brain immediately defaults to, I wonder what a speedrun of this game would look like. But honestly, it probably wouldn't look much different from a regular playthrough. They're going to find me. There's no place to hide. I don't want to be in pain. I love that this game came out in 2008 of all of the years. Because, like, that means it came out around the same time as a lot of other really, really impactful RPG games. I remember it was usually defaulted to the title of indie horror because it's an RPG. But, just because it's an RPG Maker game doesn't mean that it's gonna be, Anyway, there's specters everywhere. Quick, save our city! It's just funny how, like, sometimes people default to a certain title for certain things. Please, help me find the bunker. You know, the one with 1805 is the access code. That's the one, yeah. I thought it was 1803, but it's 1805. And the other one is 1402. Nope, still wrong. This is too much anxiety for my brain. It's gonna explode. Oh boy. My nose is itchy. Easy peasy. After this, I think I'll use the orbs that I have. I did not deserve this. I believe there's still a couple to the east that I haven't gotten yet. I guess this game does have, like, spooky elements to it, but I'm not sure if it would be considered a horror. It's not really designed to be like that. Overdone's perspective. With 3 phantoms. Which one is this? That's right. Broken flesh. Nice. My adrenaline level is rising. It's going to drown my nervous system and I'm going to die. Oh, I got that one before it blew up. 2 phantoms left. You have what I need. $14.02. But I tried that. This one is funny. What? Talking about? I just didn't read them all out because we're running out of time. Yeah, it's 14:02. Yeah, one of them I've never gotten a code for, but pretty much every other one I have gotten a code for. There's only 3 of them. I think this one might be the last one. I'm not sure. There's 1 phantom left. Okay. You! Come here. I'm running out of time. We can come back later. All the phantoms have been purified. I have purified this place, but the zone has not yet been freed of its true pest. Where can I find Japhet? Japhet? Who's Japhet? The cat who directs the specters. The cat? No, I don't understand. Anyway, we're really grateful that you helped us, but that thing you have there... My bat? Yes, your bat. That's a mighty dangerous object. I'll have to ask you to leave the residential area and to give us your tie. You understand, of course. It's just a security measure. Tie has been lost. There's our boy! I'm embarrassed, I admit, but it appears that I need you and your puppet's purifying intentions, dear SAMIEL. Valerie, my beloved brother, appears to have fallen off the rails of level-headed consciousness and into the thrones of uncontrollable madness. He pretends to be called Japhet, and besides being the royal representative he's never been, proclaims himself a leader of the specters. 2 roles he has usurped, no doubt. Nobody in this world, I can assure you, has any control over the ectoplasms. Except perhaps for the Queen, but I have yet to find any tangible evidence or truthful testimony for this hypothesis. Be that as it may, Valerie has taken his place on the roof of the library. And although I suppose this could be but a coincidence, it seems that a crowd of phantoms is preambulating the corridors of the same building. I believe this is a perfect mission for you, full of that gratuitous violence in which you seem to be joyfully delighting. Alright, I'm going to the library. I will follow you. We have a friend! And I see my frame rate is still consistently dropping, so I'm going to do what I did while I was playing Stray. I'm going to drop it down to a very crunchy 3,000. For just a moment. This won't be permanent, I swear. I don't even know how crunchy it might be. But now, I'll bring it back up. To 4,000. I might even be able to bring it back up to 5,000 like usual. So strange. Okay, let's see how that works. Wait. Just a moment. Yeah, I'm gonna have to bring it down to 4,000. Because anything above 4,000 and my rate drops too much. Because that's the only way I know how to fix it while streaming. I'm gonna have to do a little more research after today. Drawing from the last of his waning forces, he created the library, more beautiful than it had ever been before, and its height pierced the clouds of smoke in the sky. He took his place. 4. He had done everything for them. Like the most benevolent of guardians, he had given them peace, security, and several means of having fun. Such was the greatness of his generosity. So 9. 4, 9. 4, 9, 9. For a while, all was well for all, and they enjoyed the land that had been created for them with a most childish innocence. They were running through the streets, amazed by so many. 499. 4991. Wait, hold on, I missed one. Oh! Why? Go away! Leave me alone! I want my numbers. 499 something 1. That's what it is. Ooh, second base. So the dynamics of this world soon escalated into madness. They started to forget their joys, descending in a spiral of fear and mindless worries. They had 7. 49971, but I want to read this one. As for the Firebird, he wept on his lonesome throne, saddened by the oblivion into which his subjects had made him fall. They now had time for naught but their own worries. 49971. 6. And so the Firebird became a cat, and the cat became a tyrant, led by his wrath and sadness. He let a gale of ominous spirits rain upon his subjects. his madness blinded him from. Hold on just a moment. Saturn screaming at my door. Come on. Hello, baby. Hello, baby. My boy has joined the stream. My very needy boy. I need the keyboard, please. What was it? 499716? Is that what it was? Yes. 499716. Why? Go away. Leave me alone. I have my baby with me. Hello, Saturn. I normally close my door when I stream, so that's why he was so upset. He just screamed at my door. And as the specters were destroying the world for him that he had himself created, he sought refuge at the summit of his most wonderful creation, the Great Library of Bismarck. Oh, 4. 4997164. Ah! Stop it. Hello, Saturn. My baby boy. It's the whale! My favorite! I was so excited to show the whale off. I love the whale so much. Such a silly enemy. Hello, Bob. Boop, boop, boop. My Saturn baby. Yeah, Jupiter is Bub, and Saturn is Bubub. And of course the last one is 0. There remained not but to await the purifier, the man who would rise up to destroy him, for at the bottom of his soul he knew what he had done was evil. The end. 499719716. Could be 0? No, I messed up. 4997164. I had a feeling I was forgetting the other 4. You comfy, Saturn? Hello, Zachary. Nice view from up here, don't you think? It almost makes me forget that this is only a video game. Aha! Saturn! I need that hand. Ooh. Ooh. Expensive. Getting into the pricey stuff. Dude, can you please just lay down? You're starting to hurt my legs. Oh, goodness. Humerus epidermis. Oh, right. I can only buy 2 of those. Now I'm out of things to buy. Was that the thing that I couldn't buy more of? I think so. So I'd rather just give these guys the auras of perception. Because now I should be able to sell. No, I won't sell anything yet. I can wait till later. Hello! Valerie! Valerie? That is the name of the cat. You're mistaking me for someone else. I am Japhet, the Firebird, guardian of Zone 2. Oh, cease your paranoid frenzy, dear brother, and come back with me to Zone 0. I have built a cellar where we will forget these sad moments. I am not your brother. I do not even belong to the race of carnivores. Look upon my true face, you poor, foul-smelling cat. Valerie? Will you not understand? I am not Valerie, but Japhet. I've taken control of your pathetic brother, unable to even claw through a bird to the end. Whatever. Japhet, I am here to purify you, you who claim to control the specters. I was waiting, Balor. I will not surrender without a fight. Valerie. You must understand, those fools, they worry only about their own pathetic castles. I did everything for them. They are like my own countless sons. Sometimes it is necessary to punish disrespectful children. No, Shadow, don't do that. I am not a god. I cannot be perfect. Yes, I have sinned. I recognize that. But this task is not that of a mortal. Ooh. Very well, Purifier. It's such as my destiny that I am ready to die. But first, prepare yourself to see my true form. I am Japhet, Lord of the Second Zone. I am the Millennial Firebird. Now, let us fight. Japhet, Royal Guardian of Zone 2, second boss. I don't think, any of the, bosses have any weaknesses. No. There we go. I do like Japhet's theme quite a bit as well. Really, yeah, like I said earlier, all of the bosses have really good music. I just, of course, have a bias. Oh, I just realized Omega's dead. I didn't notice till now. Whoopsie. I like the general theme of each boss as well, because the attack themes of Daedon were clock themed, and the attack themes of Japhet are music themed. What was I going to do? That's right. Oops. Ouch. I keep automatically going to just hitting enter. Or not enter, but space. I also really like how theatrical Japhet's fight is, because you don't just like go in, like there's a whole like build up to his real form, and I think that's pretty cool. Unfortunately, the fight is a lot quicker though. Pisces card. Level 9, level 8, and level 8. So you have beaten me. You can be proud. You have accomplished your mission better. Valerie. You are defeated, Japhet, guardian of the second zone. This land is now pure. The bird. He left too. Let's go to zone 3. Saturn is all nice and comfy in my lap now. There's something written here. I'm away for a minute. Plastic is beautiful today. Ah, that's right. I remember. Don't have the sheet of paper, but I believe this is it. It's a poster full of stamp marks. Take it? Yes. Monorail is free and accessible to all personnel. Sensational, isn't it? Yeah, but there's no reason to leave yet. Well, you technically can, there's not really anything you can do. Vesper. I think my stamped note can be of use to me here. SAMIEL, display it when you can by pressing the shift key. Go up to... Hello. Are you aware that the position of the cutlery on your plate means something? Memo. Your lunch break must not exceed 2 hours. Be careful. 2 hours? Nice! That's a nice amount of time, though. Chew your meat well, or you will not get any dessert.
Meow.
Meow! Top of the morning, dear reckless accomplice. I have somewhat changed, anatomically speaking, but you have obviously recognized me at first glance. Me, your friend, the judge. Zachary.
Meow.
So my disguise is no match for your piercing and unforgiving eyes. Pablo isn't in great shape at the moment. I'm going to replace him for a while. Moreover, I'll immediately go on the search for obscure clues that I'll take pleasure in sparingly revealing to you in a deconstructed form. We're gonna have fun, you and I.
Meow.
Would you like to take a look around the dormitories in the meantime? I've heard that the specters there were quite active. I shall do that. So down to this one, then over here, down here, 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 and we're back to number 1. Alright. Wait, how many is that? 3. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Up to 1. Through a corner again. Ooh, that's right. Hold on a minute. Are you leaving already? Saturn, no! I thought you were comfy. Are you leaving me? Bye. I love you. Bye-bye. Yeah, you go back up here. I forgot about that. And then, oh, wrong key. 1, 2, done. Then, done. Wait, hold on. Memo. Cleaning chore is assigned based on your employee number. I forgot to talk to that guy. It's fine. I believe Zone 3 is the best place in the whole world. I love the cafeteria food. Yes, I love it a lot. Yes. Oh, he's not leaving. He just got off of my lap. So Saturn is still here. He's just off to the side messing with my things. Hey, stop it. Memo. Do not attack the specters, and they will not attack you. The director told us that the specters are nice. It must be true. There's a rat on. Epsilon. Polaric symbol. Honor of justice. Ulna epidermis. Flare of wrath. Oh, do you want to leave now? You want to leave? Okay, give me a moment. Honestly, he probably wants me to keep my door open, but I'm not doing that. Not while I'm streaming. Memo. Have sweet dreams at night. Object. Piece of Moloch's meat has been found. Phantoms aren't evil. You don't have to be afraid. Forgot to check that poster. Memo. The cleaning chore is assigned based on your employee number. Shit. Well, that's one way to get back, I guess. 1, 2, 3. There we go. We go up 2. Down, down. Down here. Down 2. Oversee the sky. Let your jubilance guide you, and you avoid the specters easily. We go up 3. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Memo. There are no specters under the mattresses. I think it's an interesting little detail that specters gets spelled differently each time. They're called phantoms, phantasms, specters RE, specters ER, different things. I'm not hiding anything, promise. Memo, do not forget to make your bed when you get up. 2 fortune tickets. Nice. There's no need to fear. No one wishes you harm. Oh. Who are you? Are you specters? You're not evil, right? Of course not. You're our friends. This isn't a serious injury. I'm sure of it. Taste my holy wrath, corrupt souls. I think Epsilon is probably the best add-on. Like, Epsilon just has some really, really cool abilities overall. I can't remember them all specifically, though. May salvation be yours, children of evil. People behave very strangely around here. I should go talk to Sakuri about it. He's dead. Memo. It is forbidden to take the dessert to bed. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, 2, da da, da da, da. 1, 2, 3, da, da, 2, 1, 2. Was it like... Shit, no it wasn't. I was trying to do it by memory, but nope, I was wrong. No, it's whatever, it's fine. Well, good news. My frames aren't dropping anymore, so things should run smoothly from now on. Two, 1. Wait. Is it up or down? It was up. And then you go up here, over here, over here. I was just slightly off.
Meow.
Meow! So, Samiel, how is your investigation of the dormitories going? It seems that the people here aren't afraid of the specters. Not afraid of the ectoplasms? It's very odd indeed. I must admit that I have very few customers around here, so I'm not up to date on the local customs. Maybe you'd do well to go see Area 2. Call it the treatment rooms. Okay.
Meow.
It's simple. You just have to take the underground monorail. Let's have a race, too. You get there first, I'll give you an item for free. You're lying!
Meow.
It's pre-scripted. I'm not gonna get shit. Vesper monorail. Area 2. You should not make so little noise when you walk. It's abnormal. Ahaha! Too bad, dear Samuel. I've arrived before you. At the same time, this was scripted. You had no chance to pull it off. So look, here's an item to help you forget the pains and sorrows of such a bitter and irrevocable defeat. Golden flesh.
Meow.
Thank you! I'll leave you now to search the area. If you find something suspicious, don't hesitate to let me know as soon as possible.
Meow.
So, what's new?
Meow.
Nothing. Alright, come back when you have fresh news then. Memo. If you do not work your regulated work hours daily, you will not get any dessert. Do your job well, and you will be rewarded. Do your job well, and you will be rewarded. Our shop boy! I should make a bit of money too, after all. Ah, because that is what you're good at. Money, money, money. Hidden symbol. Oh, expensive. I just get one of those for now. Let's see. Nope. Nope. Damn. Well, I know who you are. You're Von Gacy. And I need to know that. I'll double check just for the content. Von Gacy. Go with an unrestrained haircut. Light resistance against metal. Oop. I bumped the microphone. I'm not sure if anybody heard that. But if you did, I apologize. If I pierce the pipes, I could make some of it come out. But if it broke loose, I would never get any of it again. The director said if we work properly, we'll keep getting it. All the better. One should work their job wholeheartedly. Honestly, I might have to flip multiple of these. Switch is now on off. Access to the treatment rooms authorized. Oop. Get out of here. I think there's a problem with the dessert. My portion today isn't as big as usual. Switch is now on off. Switch is now off. Working is a pleasure every day. Is it though? Is it? I want that chest. There we go. Fast symbol. Ooh. Nice. Entry reserved to factory personnel only. Security test. I don't remember if it's case sensitive or not, but I'll use the the capitals anyway. No. No. The sugar. Don't touch the sugar. Get the hell out, specters. Out! Out! You want to eat our sugar too. Cavalry burnt. Sugar deprived employee in Vesper. My weakness against smoke. Oh, that's right. It's a synergist of sorts. Here we go. Oh boy. No. No, we must protect the sugar.
Meow.
Smells awfully good in here. Without a doubt. That is due to these piles of immaculate white and granular powder. It resembles sugar. I think it is sugar. Seems so. Haha! Well, this is quite surprising. I didn't think I'd find such an ingredient in this place. We will find answers for this in Area 3. Logic obliges us to start with the third before trying the final one. We are in a video game, need I remind you. Let's do things in a constructive way. Well, go on. I'll meet you again over there. Hurry.
Meow.
By the way, I suggest you be careful on your way back. People seem to be feeling under the weather. They even appear to be in a damn bad mood. Understood.
Meow.
See you later. Merchant ticket. Everybody wants to kill me. Everybody wants my head on a stick. Everybody wants to take my life. It's just how it is. Just how it is. It's how it's always gonna be. 'Cause they think I want to steal their things. Can't speak. Area 3. Sometimes, when I go to sleep, I'm afraid that my legs aren't there anymore when I wake up. Let's jump! The most out of character mini game in any game ever. Game of the Mortal Fall. Catch 10 add-ons before the timer runs out, so the batter doesn't die in a bloody crash. Be careful about the phantoms. If you touch 3 of them, you lose. Just enter to begin. This, unfortunately, can be very, very finicky. Shit. And I need 10 of these, apparently. That's really silly. One more. There we go. I did it. It was actually pretty quick. Ah, there we go. The sugar. The sugar into the pipe. The sugar into the pipe. Into the pipe. You? What? Where did you come from? In the batter, and I jumped down the chimney. Ah. What is this place? You're here in the sugar ovens of Vesper, in the north of Zone 3. Here, we burn the corpses of people who have died, and, thanks to an ingenious system of piping, transform the vapor into sugar. The pipes, which traverse the factory walls, directed to the treatment rooms, where it is washed and purified from the remaining ashes. Then, the sugar is distributed to all the employees as a reward for their work they deliver every day. It's a secret element, the fifth element, and the most important. Because without sugar, people could no longer bear reality, and they would go mad. Who's responsible for this? Are you bringing me sugar? No. The director is responsible. He's in Area 4. Okay. What's interesting about them all saying the first of 4, aside from the 5th one, of course, is the fact that I don't think it's a translation error, but rather just the fact that really any element could be considered number 1, since they're all so important for living and survival in this world. So while some people are like, oh, don't you mean the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th? I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be like that, because how are they supposed to know that you already know one of the other elements? These are the pipes he's putting the sugar in. Jump? Yes. Well, I'm back out here. That's right, I remember.
Meow.
Meow! I'm here! Welcome, SAMIEL. You're here in the sugar ovens of Vesper, in the north of Zone 3. I know, that's already been explained to me. Ah.
Meow.
All the better. That certainly buys us some time. I must purify this zone's guardian. Ahaha! Of course, that's a given. I have an access card for the monorail. Let's hurry to Area 4 to meet that mysterious director. Area 4.
Meow.
Stop fidgeting, we'll be there soon.
Meow.
Oh. Attention, obstacle detected. Vehicle is unable to move forward.
Meow.
Seems that there's a slight problem. Would you take a look outside while I keep watch? Right. Maybe there's a guy here. Hello, guy. What are you doing in the middle of the tracks? Critic burnt. Sugar deprived employee of Vesper. slight weakness against plastic. This has always been the enemy that really changes everyone's perspective in what's going on in the game. There's a man crying for help, and you can't do anything except take his life.
Meow.
So, what's blocking the path? Obstacle disappeared. The monorail is going to redepart. Please be careful during departure.
Meow.
This time, I'll be going on ahead. We'll meet up again later. Take care of yourself. I think this was the point I left off on, last time I played. Oh, hello! May I have some mischievous advice to relieve your mental suffering from a wrong dosage of difficulty. This time, it's not for free anymore. I'm on the search for a particular object. It should be around here somewhere. Bring me this intriguing item, and I will open the doors of understanding for you. I know which object he's referring to. Most of these doors are inaccessible, I believe. There's going to be a chest there at some point. Interesting. Not sure what to do about that. Yes. CBDJ. I remember. Picture time! Because I'm definitely not going to remember that. But I'll be looking up the code for the thing that this refers to anyway. I know it's in the files, but I really just don't feel like opening up my files. Besides, I would have to switch to one of my other screens since I'm really just doing a display capture and not an actual program capture. So I don't want you seeing anything that's super sensitive or anything like that. Enter your password. There it is. Blah blah blah, yada yada yada. Where is it? Give it to me! Down. Left. Up. Hold on, it's so hard to get to that key. There we go. Up. Right. CJBDB. J E D B. Start. Da da da. Oh, that's right. That is required, actually. I think it's really silly that there's certain things that require you to go into the files. My legs sting me. This part's really loud, so I don't think I'll talk very much during these fights. Pastel burnt, malicious employee of Area 4. Oh, wrong thing. Wait, that was the right thing. I don't know why that didn't work. I had an awful hard time with that. Road with grace. The city belongs to us. Music box! Oh. Hello! I have nothing but beautiful and good things on me, so buy something, my friend. Well, if I can afford it. Aura of clairvoyance. Oh my goodness! Anipa tunic. I'll get that. But yeah, I'm not getting anything else. Honestly, that's one specific music track, the one in these specific fights. I just love how the general atmosphere does such a drastic tonal shift after dealing with the that one burnt. So interesting. Also, I wanted to check something real quick. Oh, but what do we have here? Wouldn't that be a music box? I must admit that I am highly interested in this object. To acquire it is very near and dear to my heart. Would you agree to entrust it to me in exchange for a valuable clue? Ah ha ha! Beautiful, beautiful. What a smoothly conducted deal this was. Now open your ears widely and listen attentively to this welcome advice of mine. In the games folder inside your file browser, there's a README file. Its name is not innocent. I actively advise you to read it assiduously.
Meow.
That's all. All that just for a clue that I already knew about. But I just wanted to do it anyway. I think because of how much of a hard time I had with fighting that one burnt, I think I might fight some more. Like you! Come here. Yeah, whatever, we'll be fine. Executive Suite's notes. You should not be here. Should not be here. Should not be here. Just the drastic tonal shift is so lovely. I love how, like, clear and sudden it is. Ooh. That's easy. But it's upside down, so that would be 5. This should be 3, 6, 2, 5, 8, 0. Here we go. Ah, the point of no return. Alright, let's go. Hello! Who are you? I am the better, and I've come to purify you, Mr. Director. Purify? But that's ridiculous. Nothing justifies this drastic measure. It was the Queen who sent you, wasn't it? Obviously it was the Queen. It must have been her. Be it as it may, I refuse. It's not a question of choice. You're the monstrous master of this horrible factory. I'm here to make you atone for your sins. Monstrous? Horrible factory? This is my fortress of happiness, my defense against the specters. The people here were happy before the phantoms arrived. Incidentally, I still don't understand why the dead aren't disappearing. Dead? Oh yes, the phantoms. There's the souls of dead people. Has that thought never occurred to you? It's only logical. But you have nothing to do with the phantoms. Of course not. I'm Enoch, the guardian of Zone 3. My role, like that of all guardians, consists of modeling the energy sent by the Queen Mother to shape a solid context. I am the living engine of Zone 3. The Queen relies on us to create living spaces for the people. We are little like gods, trying from the infinite power of the sun to sculpt our worlds into the nothingness. Aha! I love that metaphor. Yes, like gods. Precisely. You demented child of evil. The last grain of sand has fallen through the hourglass of your life. Certainly not. No matter your physical strength, you cannot withstand my excess weight. Aha! Fear me like the menacing shadow of your imminent extinction. Actually. Hellfire. He's monstrous. Mwahaha! I am someone exceptional. I think that, exceptionally, flight is the only option. Enoch, Royal Guardian of Zone 3, third boss. You can technically defeat him in this part, you just aren't supposed to. And the events just occur the way they're supposed to. He's far too strong. The option of the coward shall be ours for once. Flee quickly. What's interesting? Damn, this lard ass is sturdier than expected. I'll have to find another way to purify him. Yaha! In the shadow of the Valley of Death, you shall fear the Apostle of Darkness. I'll kill you, batter. Forgot what I was going to say. I was interrupted. Very rudely. You won't get away this time, you pathetic little thug. Prepare yourself to join the Phantoms. This director is fast and very robust. I'll have to be inventive to get rid of him. Really, the only way to make a fight truly unbeatable would be to make it scripted, but that's kind of... I don't even know if that's really something you can do in a RPG Maker. Was it 2003? I think that was the version this game was made on. I don't know, I'll have to check. I think this general part of the game is really interesting because it's such a slap in the face for what you're doing. Just everything you see in Zone 3 makes you question what is truly correct. Is there anything that's truly correct? Pathetic whippersnapper! Cold water eel! I had to drag my body filled to the brim with fat substances through the pipes of my own domain. It was difficult and humiliating, but I devour your hopes for survival like a little sugar cube. With a relish! Pitiful idiot, you tired yourself, exhausting your strength without taking your poor endurance into account. My duty is now within my clairvoyant hand's reach. Contemplate that absurdity of this situation. He just is a puny pest that I would question no time at all. The game over is nigh, batter. Not really sure what to say right now. Because right now it's starting to feel a little monotonous, just following the same general pattern. But honestly, I totally forgot just how many lines refer to how big Enoch is. It's a little strange. I don't particularly like it. I think some of these boss fights would be a little more interesting if there was more dialogue, like with the beginning of Japhet's fight. Oh. Oh, I'm out of regular flesh. Oh, that's right, and Enoch's attacks are based on laws, I believe. Because I just saw the name of that one. I've been like super focused on fighting. Got a crescendo. Oh, casualty. There's also ones regarding certain other methods in relation to music. Because as seen before even starting the game, music plays a very, very big role in this whole thing. Oh, shit. No! Used that on the wrong character. I may have been right about being a little underleveled though. Because it seems I'm having a hard time right now. There's not really much else I can do at the moment. I do like that all of my add-ons have the same max HP though. That's pretty satisfying to look at. We did it! Queries card. Better achieve level 11. Alpha achieve level 10. Requisite bracket 10. Photographic blur. Abstract tragedy. So, the hero has destroyed the beast. But do you know just what you have done? The zone, deprived of its guardian, is now destined to disappear. And the people who live here, whether they deserve it or not, to fall into nothingness without hope of return. You are defeated, Enoch, guardian of the third zone. This land is now pure. Now we've done that, let's go revisit some old locations. Oop. Zone 0. That's still not here. Interesting. Hello. It's been some time now since I've seen Pablo. I hope he's doing well. For now, I'll just stick with the equipment that I have. Zone 1. Yep. Inspiration. The secretaries. One big theory around just the mere existence of the Guardians and their purpose, their true original purpose, is to protect the zones from these things, the secretaries. And now that the Guardians are gone, the secretaries have free reign to absolutely destroy the land and anything that's left among it. Oh, that's right, first base doesn't miss that much. And in regards to this audio, people have had like theories and stuff. Oh, and I forgot to mention the fact that the previous sign, Elson, doesn't have its name anymore, but the rest do, which is a very interesting little detail. That the Elson are gone. They're nowhere to be found here anymore. Ticket. I forgot about that area up there. Wonder how many items I missed out. Inspiration. I've heard people have had theories about this specific audio, but the thing is that it's in French, so like anything that people hear, specifically English fans, is most likely incorrect. And it's especially evident by the whispers. The whispers especially, you can like hear how French they are. I know that sounds really funny, but like, I mean, it's true. The other, barn is gone. Shit. There we go. 2 jokers. Whoop. Da-da-da, da-da-da. I know there's a way to get in there, but I can't get in there from this side. So I guess it's time to leave this area for now. It's interesting how some of the architecture changes as well, changing your path and just in general the content that you can see after. I guess even despite, oh, I can't get from this side. Damn. So I was right about the rest, because I have to get over there for something specific. But I guess it's kind of nice that, Off is still technically a bit of a niche game, even though it's been around for 15 years now. It's just kind of nice, mostly because of, I don't know, I guess just the, lack of conflict in fan spaces. It may be small, but at least it's peaceful. I've never once heard of any sort of, intense drama with, the Off fandom. just a neat little game with neat little characters and very, very interesting concepts. Just general vagueness, very bizarre world. It's very lovely to talk about. I'm not sure what to do now. Wait! Leave me alone! Ow. Orb. Oh, duh. That was dumb. Anyway, let's keep going. I totally forgot I could do that. Sometimes my brain just doesn't think hard enough. Oh, and Pentala's gone too. The only thing that's intact is Damien. Yeah, and same with Shachihara. I don't think there's anything here though. It's interesting that Damien is the only name that's intact. I wonder why. Doesn't seem to work. Kind of ironic that the zone is considered pure, but it's filled with something worse than what was already there. I guess a general theme of this game is that no extreme truly works. Yeah, Damien and Alma are the only places that still have names. That's not interesting. But I want to look at it. Don't tell me what to do. 10 eyes have been found. I don't even use eyes most of the time because the wide beam is so useful. Wonder where the Patalo is. Is it over here? Yes! Bird. I guess the fandom was most active probably around 2013 or 2014 because it was Homestuck fan people. And they were like, oh, this game's so cool. And some people either temporarily or permanently moved on to off. Monday. Grand finale. Might still be stuff that I haven't found yet. But that's exactly what I was looking for here. 4 pieces of Emerald's meat. Can't go that way. No, go away! Weird baby. Weird, strange infant. Alright, there we go. Without the music, this place is near impossible to navigate. But I suppose there is a way if you remember the order. Because I believe it is, predetermined. I don't think it's actually truly random, though. So, I want to see. Just looking real quick. Yeah, it's called the Flesh Maze. That's right. I wonder if there is actually a way to go through. I think there might be. You just have to, I guess, maybe guess enough times. Or maybe it is randomized, I don't know. Whatever, let's move on. Because technically, this would be a completely different Zone 1 from the one we were in. It's a different instance, so the coding for that area might be completely different as well. That's one thing I definitely don't know about. Back to the nothingness. Off to Zone 2. There isn't really much to see here. If I remember correctly, all of the books that you can see are blank now. And, let's see. Oh, these ones aren't. I think the ones downstairs are blank though. A vengeful symbol. Oh no! What are you doing? I am meowing at the top of my lungs, pretending the echoes belong to someone. Someone I used to know. Have you seen my dear brother? Oh. It always makes me so sad. But we have a mission, and we must continue. I have things to find. Ooh, these ones are my least favorite. They look like they're like melting wax. It's nasty. Now, when we get to Zone 3, I'm definitely gonna have a hard time because I believe those are the strongest enemies in the game. Like, I have almost game over to those things. Let's actually look at the equipment we already have, because I know these are special. Road Justice. Vengeful Symbol. No. Forgot to check Epsilon, because I forgot Epsilon is a little weaker than the other two right now because of the fact that I can't really afford better equipment. Ooh, I'm starting to get hungry. I've just been playing for a while, so that's why. But, I'll be fine. If it starts to get on my nerves, then I'll probably, just, like, go and grab something. Like a granola bar. There's nothing on the poster. Ooh, don't like that. The cat has no face. Color of sadness has been found. Don't really need those, though. There's nothing on the panel. Ooh. Let's see if we can get to those. 2 pieces of silver flesh. Molluck's meat. Oh shit! I just realized because I set it to auto, they're all dying. I think I'll be alright though. Whoop. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Oopsie. My boy died. Hmm. There we go. Alright, you know what? Let's just go through the door. These guys are a little too strong for my tastes. Oh, I'm back here. Yeah, that's not where I want to go. It's interesting that everything in the mall has disappeared. Get out of here. Looped. But there's somewhere specific I need to go to. That's why I'm keeping, like, keep on keeping on and stuff. I smell something downstairs. I think my dad is cooking. That is definitely not helping. That I'm hungry. There we go. That door is different. There we go. We're making progress. 1805. I believe that symbol was different whenever we were here before. This one should be the 1402. No? Damn. Ooh. We might have to cut our zone journey short because I've been streaming for a while and oh my goodness. Do you know the only time the batter is able to flee from a fight is in the fight with secretaries and during that one scripted scene? This one should be the 1402 then. Alright. Michael Bat. Isn't that what I already have? It is! Damn it. I'm missing some things. No! Go away! I don't want to fight. Shit. Bye! Bye! This is annoying. Okay, I can't go in there. It's Google time. Google is my friend. So, 2 codes. I've looked this up before. But, yeah, let's see. $1805, $1402, and what's the last one? $1709, that's what it is. And hello! The phantoms are gone. The color is gone. Everything is gone. I am now forever safe. The only Elson here. Thursday has been found. Grand Diagonal. This part is what I'm nervous about because these guys are really stupid strong and I don't like that at all. Color Force. Thursday, beneficial to physical attacks. That would be good for you. I can give that to you. Right. You can't take the tram because of where it's at. But... oh, shit. Okay, there's only one. Let's give this a try. I think I'll be able to beat one of them, but not much more than that. Oh, that's right. I forgot somebody got poisoned. No! Ah! Fine, I'll fight them. I don't remember if the secretaries have a weakness. Secretary, demonical humanoid spirit. Light weakness against plastic, that's right. Light resistance against smoke. go. Increase the character's max HP by 50. CP by 15. Attack by 5. Who has the lowest attack? Okay, 213, 211, 201, and 196. So, Epsilon would be good for that one. Defense 150, 114, 118, 125. Why does Alpha have such a low defense? A spirit. I'm not sure what that does. I think maybe it might be resistance to things, to like status effects. 181, 175, 75, and 170. Virgo Orb. Agility. 191, 76, 70, 75. So Omega. There we go. And all it does would be blank as well. Got a doorway here. That's right, there's little bridges that connect each area now. Forgot that was there, so I wasted some items, but that's fine. We're on a mission! A mission onward to get more things! Oh, did you know that in this room, if you enter a fight with the secretaries, the screen will still be green? It's just a little visual, bug. I just forgot to make that one black and white like the rest. I remember the first time that happened, I was so confused. I was like, why are you green? Why is he green? It's just because, there's a little oversight. Nothing more, nothing less. Completely harmless, just a little silly thing. I'm sure someone who, like, reaches for theories, any sort of theory fuel would be like, oh, but what if it's like this thing? I don't think so. It's interesting that the sugar is still there. Oh? So this is how we get to the 4th area. I forgot about that. There really isn't much else here, though. There's nothing on the poster. Yeah, that's what I figured. The void! This is all that's left for us. Got it! Grand Spectral. Tuesday. Return to the nothingness. And here we go. Now this should be here now. But hold on. reduces the consumption of CP. That is definitely meant for Epsilon. There we go. I'm ignoring why all is so distressing. I'm never hungry. Think of something beautiful really hard, and maybe you will see it tomorrow. Who are you? Like, for example, a beautiful day with a huge ducky. A very distressing one. What are you doing here? Let us not lose any time to useless introductions. Let's dance together, my dearest friend. Now, unfortunately, because this showed up so late, I am going to get a little. This is gonna be a little too easy. That's what I mean. Like, see, I'm already dealing with the little puppets in a single hit, so unfortunately this will be very, like, anticlimactic. Secret boss! Sugar. Don't remember if they preserved her French name or not. As this is version 3.0 of the translation, there are some pretty interesting differences between all three. I believe version 3.0 fixed a really big mistranslation towards the very end of the game. But I can't remember for sure. But because if it's still there, then I'll clarify. Because I remember it. I haven't really used any CP here. Ooh. Interesting how older games like this don't have a real perfect loop with the music. Oops. I just think it's interesting. Man! All I have left is the battery. Alright then, I'll use some objects. You. Not really much else to do right now. This is taking longer than I expected. I think it's cute that all of her attacks are named after foods. And I believe this is the shelter that Pablo made, that the judge made. And that somehow she ended up here. I don't remember if you actually see her name in the game. I don't remember if Zachary mentions it or not. Oops. I need to quit just automatically doing that. What competence are you on? Oh, that one. It's interesting that the player themselves cannot truly choose flee unless the batter wants to flee at any point. I think that's just a really interesting mechanic. I don't recall this fight taking so long. I know I already said that, but like, seriously, this is pretty crazy. Should I use wide angle? No? Interesting. I know you can see her name when scanning her, so I'm gonna do that next. Sugar. Oh yeah, they changed her name back to the original. And everything is mysterious. Then there's 4 dummies. Delicious sugary candy. And they're all dead. Because they're really, really weak. on. No. That sucked. Really? Hmm. Come on. Should be almost over. Really? This is not going well. I'm starting to run out of items now as well. Madness. Oh no. Oh. Damn it. Whatever, Alpha, you're on your own. I don't even know how long I've been fighting for. A while, at least. I think this might be the longest fight I've been in. I don't recall this fight taking so long. Like, seriously, this is crazy. Excuse me. You know what, fine. I'll bring back Alpha. Just because. Besides, they have a lot of CP, and that could be pretty useful. Why? The curse of being too desirable, I suppose. Everybody wants to kill Alpha. I'm really getting bored with this. I'm using all my items. I don't feel like I'm making any progress. Because they're very much like offense, defense, and support. Oh, that was a crit. How much health does she have? I'm gonna Google that while I'm fighting. $12,000. That is so much. No wonder this is taking so long. How much health does Enoch have in comparison, though? Only 7,000, wow. Alright then. She should almost be dead, though. I mean, we've made it this far. Oh, shit. No! Ah, cursed my speedy fingers. Oh, shit. That was my last choker. I'm not doing so hot now. Are you kidding me? No! I'm really nervous now. Please! I don't want to die! Ugh. Yes! Oh, thank goodness. I'm feeling way too cold. I didn't like that dance, my dearest friend. I think the huge frightening ducky has won this round. Say goodbye to Zachary for me. She's dead. Murder! I committed murder. Hello, buddy. I guess it's better like that. Oops. Color of defeat. Oh, no, not that many. Move a spot. I think that's the best one aside from the one you have to choose from. Oh wait, hold on. Forgot about some of the other equipment items. Oh, keep doing that. I need to remember not to do that. Shit. Okay, there we go. I'm out of jokers, but it's fine. There's only one place left to go now. Here we go. The end. Chapter 5. The Room. Creepy chairs. Whoop. Oh. I don't like this place very much. It's a good thing that Papa is here. Today we played together. He gave me a comic. He told me that I was ill, so I take pills. These things! At least we're finally moving on. Ooh! I always forget Epsilon can do that, because most of the time we only fight like maybe 1 or 2 enemies. Sad. Sad. It's inanimate. I don't like the pills. These. The doodle ghosts. Oh, and the background is all, like, hand-drawn too. That's really cool. I forgot about that. Yeah, everything's hand-drawn. You know, I don't recall hearing this song in the soundtrack. Papa said that we'll go play outside tomorrow. Chapter 4. I had 3 friends. June 3rd. The door is open. That's all, mister. Finally, somebody. You would think there's nobody left on Earth anymore. Finally. Either way, I'm glad to see you, my boy. Got bitten by a cow. The pain is difficult to bear. Also, it's been 9 o'clock for a while now. I don't like that at all. What are you doing here, by the way? This isn't really a place for you. I know, for God's sake, don't cry. Everything's okay. Come on, calm down. Here, dry your tears with my coat. This is only the beginning. It can only get better from here. Come now. Don't you want to be a nice boy and try to find something for me? I'd like to know what day it is, since it will have been today for a long time soon, won't it? It's 9 o'clock. And since he mentioned getting bit by a cow, I wanted to say there's a theory that the reason why Daedon is so aggressive is because he has been inflicted with mad cow disease, which is a prion-based disorder. And for those who don't know what prions are, prions, they are misfolded proteins. And if you have a prion disorder like mad cow disease, bird, yes, then it takes decades for it to start taking effect. And that's why for so long there was a ban on anyone from the UK to donate blood. But the ban had been recently lifted because symptoms would have started showing by this point after the events. Hey, be careful. It is dangerous around here. Do not go near that cliff. You could fall and hurt yourself. Take good care of yourself. The bird. And really, that theory very much holds up. Because, like, a lot of what Danon says can be chalked up to nonsense, especially with how, like, aggressive and defensive he is. Like, assuming that you're insulting him. That, for example... Hey, that's a calendar page, right? Give it here. Actually, it doesn't really matter. It isn't that day anymore anyway, I suppose. Your mother? Don't worry, she'll come back soon. She just went to see the new world. She is a very important person, you know. Once she is back, she will restart all of this. Everything will work again. We will rebuild everything with the power of our bare hands. No disaster shall stop us. We will be the builders of the future. It's going to be good. You'll see. We'll write a Padala together. Have you written a Padala before? It's great, you'll see. Here, take this in the meantime. I don't think I will need it anymore. Thank you for the calendar. A book with an unreadable title has been found. Wednesday has been found. Equipment that protects you from harmful ground. Interesting. The big mister. Ugh! You down there! Come closer! You stuck in there? Hey, little one. I'm stuck. Can you help me get out of here? I suppose not. You go look for someone to help me. I'll make you some cake. It will be delicious, you'll see. And we'll tell each other jokes. Go find help, I beg you. Bird? Yes. Hello, bird. What is that under your arm? Is that a book? What? Big mister stuck in a hole. Calm down, I do not understand a bit of what you are telling me. You hand me the book, I will agree to go help your friend. Okay. Super neat. Well, let us go see what we can do to help that big mister. Voila! The big mister is free. We are waiting for you in the cottage in the west of the canyon. Meet us down there and be careful not to fall. The Saturday has been found. What does a Saturday do? Equipment that increases agility. Ooh, that would be pretty good actually. What does a Monday do again? Critical hits. Well, I don't really need that anymore. Thank you, boy. I see we can count on you. Thank you for the book. In these times of misery, it is a very precious treasure. Haha! What a clever little rascal we have here. Maybe we could keep you for company while you wait for your mother. We can talk about the weather, about the world, about fate. Perhaps we will even dare already sketch out the maps for the countries that will be ours. What do you think, little one? A future where every one of us will be the guardian of a universal happiness. Where every man will have work to do and actively participate in maintaining harmony. Where you may dream of a happier life at any moment, and where our sons can feel the same hope we do. Of course, you do not understand much of this grown-up talk. Perhaps you will have fast forgotten this handful of words, first stars of light in the shade of the world. So go on out, have fun, make the most of this new land which will soon be reborn from its still warm ashes. You don't have time to lose to the lyrical remarks of 3 crazy utopists. A secret day has been found. Friends, poison, mute, and blindness. I think Alpha was one of my slowest ones, so the agility one would be good. No, it was Omega. And the general, like, theory regarding, I'm not sure if it's canon or if it is a theory. Mama. But, hello, Mama. Papa left. I don't like him anyways. I hope you'll be back soon. I made 3 friends today. The tall mister told me that he'd take me to Redapodalo, and that we'd all work together to build the world. The little bird told me that he'd show me the sky and the clouds, and that I wouldn't have to be scared ever again. The big mister told me he'd make me some cake. Today was a good day. I would like you to come back soon. But the general theory of, like, the foundations for the 3 different zones is that for Daedon, Zone 1 is communism, Zone 2 is totalitarianism, and then Zone 3 would be capitalism. And then essentially we've been witnessing the latest stages of these specific mindsets and ruling behaviors. Chapter 3. The world is in a window. Woohoo! Ooh, forgot that hurts. Papa gave me a music box today. It's inanimate. Oh, hello. Hello, how are you today? Tell me a random number. 9, 4, 6. Bravo, that's totally right. I'm not gonna do the next one though, because It's incorrect. Da-da-da. 3755. Very well, let's try another one. 3, 7, 5, 5. No, that's not it. Really? That's for something at least. What day is it today? Sunday the 11th of February. I believe today is the 3rd of June. No, you're not paying attention. We can't play this game again until tomorrow. Ah! At which station can I find metal in the stomach of a cattle? Pentel, they mean Elsa. It's Pentel. Yes, that's it. An aura of power. Gifts for me. Nice. Which one of these books can you not read at the library? Corrections. The 8th color. Interesting. Giving all of my good things to Bad Earth. I hate this puzzle. There's only 2 puzzles in this game that I genuinely hate, and this is the second one. And the first one being the images puzzle from Alma. You have the impression that this is important. Yeah, I just took a picture of it. Why are you in the middle of all this? Can you give me the secret code to the warehouse? Von Gacy. Yes. Leading symbol. Shit. That scared me. Big ghost. Big specter. Oh, I think I know why sugar seemed to be so easy the last time I fought her. And it's because I had the equipment from all of this. So strange. Alright, let's see. It's either all the ones that are pointing up or all the ones that are pointing down. I think it's all the ones that point down, though. So I took a picture of it, and I'm looking at it right now. That doesn't really seem right, though. Hold on. This one's also one of them. No, No, it's wrong. Maybe it isn't. Yeah, it's wrong. It's the other way around. It's just this one's so time consuming. I could just be wrong completely. I'm not sure. I don't know. It's weird. I don't recall it being like that, though. Oh, it's only the ones that look exactly like that. That's what it is. I remember now. So I was on the right track, kind of. But not really. Yeah, I had a feeling it was something like that. 5865. Time to go back to the big guy. Five, 8, 6, 5. Bravo, that's perfect. You take this. You've done well. Sagittarius card. 3755. Don't have any more riddles for you. So that's for something else then. 3755. Now it's time to move on to the third save. I'm upside down! Everything's upside down. It's really interesting. That's right, I got it all correct. Everything's all sorted out. 3755. Done! Today, Papa gave me a comic. I want to go out and play. I hate this place. I'm sure Mom will pick me up. Chapter 2, Boxer's Adventures. Honestly, what I think is that all of this is really just a child's imagination, especially with all the talking and the notes and stuff. And it's simply the twisting of an isolated child's mind that we're witnessing. Panic in Ballville. I love this part. It's so silly. What a beautiful day. Belleville is at peace today. Let's hope that nothing bad happens to spoil the magical blue of this glorious sky. Aha! You're not taking my diabolical genius into account. And my new invention, the gloating machine. I fill Belleville with replicas of my evil self. You can't stop us now, Boxer. Oh, and I also kidnapped your girlfriend. Oh no. Maybe it isn't such a good day after all. It's so silly. Clear Belleville of all the evil clones of Ballman. Quick. Ooh la la, what a mess. I better hurry. The It's interesting how the position of who you're playing as and who the enemy is. Who watched The Watchmen? This is silly, I love this so much. I want to see his competence, but I don't think I'll get to. Whoopsie daisies, this is a real invasion. Ahaha, boxer, this is the end for you. Vigilante my ass. Nice. Even for a superhero, this task is impossible. You've never had a chance of success. No, Daisy! This is really stupid. Today, Mom finally picked me up. The endgame is near, my friend. I believe what's floating behind you is the final save point. Perhaps it would be wise to record your progress one last time before you enter that door and face the Queen. Now the time has come for you to spend the golden fruits of your carnage. What's a hero bat? I believe yeah, that's the one that I'm missing. Alright. Defeated, qui s'est visi in Victoria. I don't remember what that means. I guess it's better like that. But you have 5 elements? If you'd like, I'll exchange them for an incredibly rare item. Okay. Excellent. The choice is yours. I have in my possession the Ashley Bat, the ultimate offensive item in the game. Or, well, the Ares card, which is, although I don't know what it's used for, completely unique as well. Ares card. So the Ares card is your decision. Yes. Here's your new treasure. Use it wisely. Now we're ready. Are you sure you want to enter? Yes. It's time! Chapter 1. The Queen. First thing she said was, "You are finally here, Batter. Long has been the wait for your arrival. But your way was in vain. You only caused embarrassment here. Go back home." Always keeping his icy confidence, the Batter replied, "That's what I did. This cradle is the home of my father. Guardians have fallen. You are queen of a kingdom that no longer exists." Surprised, but not at all disconcerted, she asked him, "Why have you destroyed the land that I had rebuilt?" The answer was simple. "You've never been here to do such a thing. Your role was to take care of him, and you have failed your task. And because of you, I must now complete my sacred mission." Forcing their monotonous dialogue despite the Batter's attacks, the Queen explained her actions as such. "I have created all of this only for him. I desire nothing more than the happiness of my children. Lost in preparing the birthday party, you forgot who it was for. This final retort completely eroded the patience of the queen. It spoilt the carnival batter. I will not let you lay a hand on the son who brought us into the world. Today, you will fall. So this translation did fix the mistranslation error from the previous two versions. We've been wrong since the beginning. So my dad just checked in on me because I've been streaming for so long. I am gravely disappointed. And it was just really funny because like you're still streaming? Yes. Shh. I've almost done. There's nothing but the void after me. I think I'll just do regular attacks for now. Don't even know his first name. He loves you not. No dessert for you. I have been thinking, and I think I have my own little theory for the general events of this game. I believe what this really is what is happening within the mind of a dying child. And the reason why Batter is seen as a savior is to save him from the sickness, aka finally take his last breath. I mean, any sort of interpretation is cool. I mean, the whole point of this game is to interpret it in your own way, but just replaying through this game and just like taking in everything, that is just what came to mind for me personally. That was very irresponsible on your part, Batter. Made a big cake for the party tonight. Would you like some coffee, my love? Queen of the Flies, it is time to join your disciples. Nothing went right. We must forget it all and dream sweet dreams now. Look, he has your eyes. However, his show fear. Chapter 0, Batter. I'm here. There's not really much to say about that. I'm scared of the dark. From now on, there will be no more darkness. It's so strange. It's like his last-ditch attempt to show some sort of compassion is to say that phrase. But I suppose Hugo created Better specifically for this purpose, because Hugo knew that all was lost. Stop right there, you imposter! To say that I had placed the blindest confidence, the solidest hope, the sincerest belief in you, we can well say that I was led terribly astray. But the one who has truly betrayed us lies beyond the eyes of the cat. What have you done, Samuel? Is the obscuring mist of the narrative really your excuse for killing woman and child? You have not purified this place. You have destroyed, eradicated it. You plunged it into a sterile nothingness. It's better like that. I should not have lent you my hand from the beginning of the piece. I should have detected the black flame that consumes your soul. Samuel, join me. Expiate the sins of which we are guilty by preventing this monster from completing his work. Don't do that. I need you in order to purify this world. Time has now come to render your final and futile verdict. Okay. I've been streaming for so long, but I think I might try to do both endings, starting with the official ending, of course. Too bad for you, Samuel. You will die in control of your evil marionette. It's time for you to bid farewell to what little you have left of your existence. It's so interesting that in the beginning of the game, he was afraid of us accidentally killing him at level 1, and yet he proves to be slightly powerful in some right. Definitely more powerful than we were in the beginning. It's over. Escaping from your purpose is impossible. Switch is currently on. The switch is now off. Now, the screen may go black for a moment, but I might have to mute the desktop audio to avoid copyright. Just letting you know. Yeah, there it is. Sorry about that. Let me click back on the game though. So whatever plays on screen should be the credits. But I believe Somewhere Over the Rainbow is still technically copyright. I need to look it up. Is Somewhere Over the Rainbow public domain? Over the Rainbow is in public domain. Oh wait, no. So complicated. Okay, so it is not public domain. No, it is not public domain. Interesting. Yeah, apologies. I wish I could play it because it really does fit the general theme of the credits, but I just don't want to take that risk, even though I am obviously very small creator. I only have 13 followers right now, but I still don't want to risk that because technology is a fantastic thing. But I will come back to the secret ending. I don't know if I can skip anything. Yeah, it's RPG Maker 2003. I don't recall the credits being super long though. But we will be returning to do the special ending. It's really cool that you don't have to do anything special to really get the second ending. But of course, with the cards that we got, there is a secret ending that is gained that way. But it's so silly that like there's really no reason to get it unless you really want to. And I just wanted to get it to show off everything. Are we done now? Okay. Wait. He's still going. Can we continue now, please? Okay, there we go. You have the Aries card. You have unlocked the game's true ending. Oh wait, let me unmute the audio now. There we go. Meanwhile, in a parallel dimension. We are the space apes. Everything happened just as we foreseen. Now that the world is completely white thanks to SAMIEL, we can finally build our giant evil robot factory. And then we can defeat our lifelong nemesis, the flying brains from planet Aurus. Ha ha ha! That's so silly. But this also really, like, fits the whole theme of, like, you're in a child's mind. A child's imagination. Anyway, let's go. And once that cutscene plays again, then I'll be ending stream. But for now, we're getting to the other ending. So I'm gonna just go through the rest of this pretty quickly. Probably just auto-fight the queen. Because she's not really a serious threat. Spinning the spacebar. Alright, let's go. Now I sit and wait. And maybe chat a little bit, but for now I'm just drinking my soda. This may be the longest I've ever streamed actually, but I wanted to play this game in one singular stream simply just because it's not too particularly long to play in multiple streams. And I'll be playing something else tomorrow. Not sure what I'll do Friday though. I don't know, I'll probably pick something out. Let me check my phone. Actually, I can check. Let me look at the stream through my phone, just to look at that. Yeah, we're pretty much on time, which is good. Committing crimes. That's what I'm good at, committing crimes. Or rather just setting it on auto. And just letting the batter do what he needs to. Dun, dun, dun. There we go. Alright. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I hear ya, hear ya. Yeah, it's always important to remember that Hugo has so much competence points that he probably maintains pretty much everything that's intact, everything in existence, and not just the room. That the room is just his maze to prevent, as like a last-ditch effort to like really consider if he really wants this to happen or not. Because like somebody had to create the batter. He came into existence the moment we booted up the game. Ooh, you know what game I should play? I should play One Shot. I've never played that game. And I don't actually know that much about it, because I never really got into watching it. I think I might play that on Friday. I need to look it up though. For now, it's just a thought, a consideration. I'll probably have a more solid answer tomorrow. Sorry, Hugo. Bye-bye. From now on, there will be no more darkness. I do believe that this is a representation of a sick child finally passing on. And just in his own interpretation. Alright. Special ending! That choice was, even though pathetically useless, I think the right one. And now, batter, taste our vindictive thirst for pointless justice. Look at him! But my favorite thing about this game is also the fact that the batter's appearance changes depending on the individual who is viewing him. But really... yeah. It's just especially interesting considering how the comic has the positions of the player and the enemy swapped around. Because most of the time, the player is on the left side and the enemy is on the right side. Not always. Like in Final Fantasy VII, and I believe other Final Fantasy games. Or not 7, 4. I was thinking of Final Fantasy 4. I apologize. No, in the 3D ones, they're usually closer to the screen and the enemies are in the background. Your demented crusade ends here. Die, batter, with the eternal souvenir of not having conducted your sad scheme to its unjust end. It's too late. Everything is lost. I know, but I prefer this over your victory. And there we go. Nothing remains now except for our regrets. And muted once more. Yeah, apologies for that. But there's not much I can do about it. I believe it could technically be used in the stream as long as I keep talking. But I just really don't want to take that risk. But this ending's a little bit different. Because we get to see the judge walking around. I really do think that there are all sorts of different interpretations people can get from this game. And I think it's just really interesting. But I don't think I had ever heard anybody consider the game to be a metaphor for a terminally ill child and their interpretations of their own demise. Because that's kind of what it seems like, and I've never thought about it until now. But that very much seems pretty pretty realistic. Just a child finding their own way of interpreting something so complicated, dealing with their own complex grief in a unique way by personifying it and personifying the different things that used to be support systems that are really not doing anything to help anymore. And who knows, maybe even the batter could be an interpretation of the invasive thought of death within a child's mind. The way the mind gets warped from being so sheltered. There's so much you can get from this game. And that's what's so cool about it. Just how artistic it is, and just, oh, the different things you can interpret. Alright, there we go. Alright, well, we'll just play through this again, but I won't read anything. I'll just, like, use it as an excuse to say farewell and stuff. Our favorite silly ending. It's so silly. I love it so much. Because this game truly is just built on nonsense. And I've seen through the 10th anniversary stream. I need to watch the 15th anniversary stream. Because it's such a lovely little game full of all sorts of just impulsive decisions and stuff like that. But anyway, this has been off. I did it completely in a singular stream. Almost 5.5 hours of streaming specifically. But, it's been nice. I know it's not really a popular game and not very many people really watch it or anything like that, but it's been a grand old time. And I had fun. But thank you. Have a good day. Have a good evening. It's so late. It's almost 7:30. But farewell.